Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Cataclysm of Hyrule campaign. I am the creator and GM of the campaign, Puck Finn, and tonight we will be having our 9th session of the campaign. So, before we get down to everything, we're going to go through our normal kind of announcements. And even before that, I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to everyone that tuned in last week and helped out with the new gaming system that's being created. We worked on a bunch of mechanics, including ironing out the critical strike mechanic of it, and I think a few other kind of small things. But that was definitely the big one, and that I was very happy and grateful that we were able to take the time and do that. But I'm not going to really talk about that too much tonight because we have a campaign to get to, and once I get the ball rolling on that, I can talk for a very long time. So we will start off by talking about our Discord server, because in between sessions, that is where all the magic happens. We have a number of channels in our Discord server that serve a various different functions. One of which is we have a channel for the gaming system that we're working on. So anybody who is not part of it, if you are interested in staying up to date and or contributing to mechanics as we continue to iron them out, feel free to message me on Discord and we will get you into that chat so you can be a part of it. So yeah, I also want to, you know what, I'll skip right to the link tree. As Lido, our wonderful moderator, has posted the link to our link tree in chat. Our link tree is where all of our links are held. We have all sorts of links from our pages to our Discord, to our YouTube channel, to our Roll20 page, to the Twitch pages of everybody that we have rated thus far. So, for those who haven't been around while we've partaken in raids, the way that mechanic works is whether we have a campaign session or a chat session, as we alternate every other week. At the conclusion of the sessions, I check to see if we have anybody who follows us, who is broadcasting. And if somebody is, we take the population of our chat and we raid their chat. So with that, I also want to thank everyone who has participated in the raids, because really one of the things that I pride this Discord server on is that it is a positive and safe community. So every time that we have raided somebody, every single person that has come along has been wonderful, has been respectful, and really has done a good part in helping to bring this community more closer together. So again, thank you, with a very heartfelt thank you to everyone who has participated in the raids. If you want to be rated, it is very simple. All you need to do is follow our Twitch page and be broadcasting at the conclusion of either our Twitch, our chat or stream broadcast. Our chat or campaign broadcast. But yeah, there's a ton of links in our link tree. Definitely check them out. Usually when we do our chat broadcast, I take a moment to kind of go through them more specifically and point out, what they all are. But that will not be this week. So, you know what? Let me take it over to the party and we'll do some introductions. We'll do a recap and we'll pick up where we left off at the end of last session. All right, so as I try to get these cams up and working, Oh wow, these cams are like, wait a minute. All right. So first, as I clean this up, I'm gonna put it to Gully because that is Gully usually sits all the way to the corner. So as I put him over there, how you doing, Gully? Yes, yes, I understand, and there will very potentially be no small amount of mayhem tonight. The party is very much on the precipice of many things, and I'm excited to see the direction at which it goes. So we will see. Next, of course, we have Deacon. How you doing, Deacon? Yes, yes, true. We do have beautiful weather up here. We had a bit of rain. We had some days kind of in the 40, but I think I feel like we're breaking free of that, and spring is definitely on the way. Yes, true, true. And next we have Lido. How you doing, Lido? Yes, yeah. Yesterday, May the 4th be with you, and today, Revenge of the 5th. Very nice. Listen, I think we all have some sort of appreciation for just about every bit of fandom that we can grab our hands on. And of course, last but of course not least, we have Afine. How you doing, Afine? That sounds very nice. I had it be just a tad bit colder here, I would be jealous and wanting to be right along with you on that. But I have my trusty cup, and we're ready to go. So, where we left off last time, we did a fair bit of traveling around Death Mountain. We spent some time in the Dodongo Cave. We had a we recognized where the entrance to the Fire Temple was. We were given a fairly ominous prophecy from Darunia, who is Chief Link's father and also the last known sage of the Fire Temple. If you check out our YouTube channel, usually what I like to do is I like to make a thumbnail of a significant part of whatever happened in that last session, and the thumbnail for the last session is Darunia in his ghost form within Dodongo Cavern. So um, after that, we had a little bit of traveling and adventuring, and we had a nice sized battle, which was the absolute last encounter before we returned to Goron Village. Excuse me. So we're going to start off with looting. So I know there hasn't been a massive amount of looting in the prior 8 episodes. So as a mechanic, I'm going to kind of briefly go over and refresh the way looting functions in this campaign. So first of all, the first person to loot is the person who got the killing blow. Then we go in initiative order from that person until everyone has a chance to loot. So in this particular case, it was Leto who got the killing blow. Um, The XP has already been divided amongst the party. We did that off camera at the end of the last campaign session, so that has already been taken care of. But when it comes to looting, um, looting isn't just the the enemies that you've defeated. Looting can be, you can definitely look for specific items um, the on the enemies that you've defeated, but you can also loot the surrounding area. So a lot of this depends on investigation rolls, unless it is something abnormal where a different type of ability check would be more suited. Usually, whenever there are any type of multipliers, those multipliers get taken into consideration. One of the, like for example, if players have guidance, bardic inspirations, any type of abilities that would let you roll advantage, things like that, all that can be taken into consideration during this function. And as we are approaching the later part of the day where we would normally be approaching a long rest, it's it's completely understandable that any type of beneficial spell slots or inspirations that can be delved out in this particular situation, it would be most beneficial. So in terms of looting, an amazing roll doesn't necessarily beget a guaranteed item. Like, say for example, like I said, we're about to loot. If Deacon says, I'm looking for the Triforce of Power, it doesn't matter if he rolls a 35 or anything. There is not going to be a Triforce just lying on the ground. But what the players will do is the players will declare what they're going to look for, and as the GM, I will set the difficulty rating. Sometimes it's simply a pass-fail, or sometimes if it's something that has a quantifiable number, such as looking for rupees, then the roll to loot for rupees will be dependent on how good the investigation roll is. So I know on the side I have Goron Village up because even though our party's not there yet, they are just kind of on the outskirts about to do their looting. So, first things first, as I said, Lido, you had the killing blow. So, what are your thoughts for what you would like to look for? Let me check. It couldn't be like 3 words, like I'm looking for. Yeah. No, I'm seeing that. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So, let's take this roll. So, ooh, okay. So we are. You know what? I'm not going to declare whether or not if that is a pass or a fail, but instead I will say, is there anything that you would like to do to augment this roll? Yes. Okay. So yeah, that was something that I neglected to mention was that everybody gets um three. Okay, so there's two types of roles. One is if a player just says, I would like to do a general investigation for loot, then it's simply one roll and I let you know what you find, depending on the role. The other role is a specific loot roll. And in a specific loot roll, you are allowed three rolls and you can look for a mixture of things. So you can either look for a mixture of things, or if you want to re-roll, like for example, Leader's going to do in this situation, you can use your second chance to re-roll. The other thing that can be noted is that players can also give up before a roll happens. A player can assist with an investigation, essentially giving up one of their three rolls to let the person who's investigating roll at advantage. So, yeah, since we haven't looted in a while, I just went to refresh on the mechanics, and but Lido, on the other hand, still has two rolls remaining. All right. All right. Okay, 28. That's a very good number. Are you happy with the 28? I am sorry, but for this specific item, a 28 is not sufficient. But in line with something that you asked me last week, there is ways that you can augment this. So to the viewers, what I'm specifically viewing about is the purchasable sets of D4, the D4s that can be purchased in the loot shop on our Discord channel gives D4s that can help to boost attack rolls, damage rolls, saving throws, and ability checks. So, being that you crit and you landed on a 28, I will be very clear in you that for this particular item, the DC was set at 30. Okay. So give me a D4 for... All right. So is that was that one from your inventory or one from the communal? Okay, so I'll mark that down later. Okay, so Lido has found a +1 Bloodwell vial. So let me bring this up, see if I can. Bloodwell vial. And you know what? I'll drag this over into your inventory. So, oh, okay. So, before we talk about what we're going to be doing with the Bloodwell vial, the Bloodwell vial. To attune to this vial, you must place a few drops of your blood into it. The vial can't be opened while your attunement Wait, can't be opened while your attunement to it lasts. If your attunement to the vial ends, the contained blood turns to ash. You can use the vial as a spellcasting focus for your spells while wearing or holding it, and you gain a +1 bonus to spell attack rolls and to the saving throw DCs of your sorcerer spells. I just read that and I was like, okay, yeah, I can see why Lito's not taking it now, and why he picked it. In addition, when you roll any hit dice to recover hit points while you are carrying the vial, you can regain 5 sorcery points. This property of the vial can't be used again until the next dawn. So, am I safe to assume that you were giving this to a fiend? Okay. So let me. I'm gonna scoot that over. Very nice. Okay, so another thing that I need to divulge about this specific type of loot, and by that I'm saying +1, 2, or 3 items. So whenever attempting to loot for a +1 to 3 item, the way that this mechanic specifically functions is that the only lootable item within that bracket is a +1 item. You cannot loot a +2 or 3. However, what you can do is you can continuously loot +1 items, and then you can take 3 of an item, for example, 3 +1 items, and bring it to a specific person who can then forge it into the +2 items, and then you would need 3 +2 items to receive the +3 item. So, yeah, since we're dealing with that, I just also wanted to explain that mechanic. So that works for Bloodwell vials, that works for, pieces of armor, pieces of weaponry, just kind of anything that has a +1 to it. All right, and you still have. In terms of you know what? I don't find a whole lot of items like that. So I guess the way that will function in the same type of manner, being that the type starts off as a hill giant. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, same thing functions, except this is technically 1, 2, 3, 4. It would be viewed as a +1 to 5 item. So the hill giant strength would be the only obtainable item, and then it would have to be improved as it goes on. Yeah. Okay. So Lito, You still have one more search. Do you want to hold on to it, or do you want to assist somebody? All right. So let's see. Next person up in initiative order will be Gully. So Gully, what are you looking for? Manual of Gainful Exercise. All right, so let me pop that up on the screen. Or which one? Okay. Let me just make sure that. All right. And if I could spell manual right, mana you will. Ah, oh my god. There we go. Okay, so manual. Okay, so this book describes fitness exercises as its words are charged with magic. If you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days or fewer studying the book's contents and practicing its guidelines, your strength score increases by 2. Excuse me. As does your maximum for that score. The manual then loses its magic but regains it in a century. So, that is a wondrous adventuring item. Very rare. So, I will not divulge the DC as of that we have not rolled for it yet, but I will point out that the item that Leto just looted was a wondrous item that was uncommon. Okay, so let's see how the first roll goes. Investigation. Okay, so we're looking at right now a 24 without the inspiration. Okay, so we know that a 24 does not get a success yet. Uh, all right, so you have the inspiration from Deacon. 33. Okay, so you are within the point range. I will let you know that the DC on it is a 35. Let me check the communal. Discord loot. That was okay. So yeah, after Lita, we are down to 5. All right, so we are at 33, and give me a D4 for the ability check. We need at least a 2. All right, perfect. Okay. So you do find the Manual of Gainful Exercise. And in fact, very nice. And that was, I believe, your first roll. So you still have 2 more rolls that you can search for additional things, or you can reserve those rolls for assisting other people. Either one is fine. Okay. All right. So we have 3 potential assist rolls ready to go. And the next person up is Deacon. Okay. So that is one of the things that I was just talking about, where a unique ability check is this would not fall under an investigation check. So for getting the Lionel horns off of the Lionel, that is a sleight of hand check. Yeah. Yep. You. Okay. So pointing out that we still have 3 assisted rolls in the chamber. Um, and you still have 2 rolls. What would you like to do? Her rolls are covered. Yeah. All right, rupees. Give me an investigation check for rupees. Mhm. Okay. So for the 18 roll, give me 2d12 plus 6. Yeah. And the other one was a 7, you said? Okay, there we go. And then for the 7, give me 2d6 plus 1. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. So now we go to Athene. Athene, you have 3 rolls for looting, each of one which is going to be at investigation, and I believe you also have a bardic inspiration. Yes. So you are well equipped for these loots. So what is the first thing that you would like to search for in this battlefield? All right. So we're looking for just your run-of-the-mill regular shield, or are we looking for something a bit more magical? All right, not a problem. All right, give me an investigation roll at advantage. Okay. Uh, Unfortunately, a 3 does not yield a shield. So Um, second roll, would you like to continue to look for shields or would you like to look for something else? Okay. All right. Yeah. For normal shield, I'll be very clear. The DC is a 5. So I'm very sorry for this. Okay. So are we going shield again or are we going for something juicy knowing that we have a D12 behind this? Book of Magical Properties. All right. So let me. Wait, what was that? Okay. So you know what? I will consider it a under the same function as a manual of gainful exercise. We'll put it at the same kind of thing, the same function, except it boosts your was that wisdom? No, okay. Okay. So I'll just change the name on it. So okay, we're going for a manual of gainful spellcasting. And we know this as the gainful exercise, the DC was a 35. So we got our bad rolls out of the way. We have our so you see something shiny as you kind of are kind of poking around the field, and with that you are able to find a +1 shield. So not coming out of it empty-handed. Uh, let me I'll like port that over to your character sheet. You're welcome. All right. In a bit. Okay. Shield in your inventory. All right. So the battlefield has been thoroughly gone through and cleared. We have gotten magical items and Lionel horns, and the sun is starting to set over the crest of Death Mountain as you find yourselves at the entrance to Goron Village. So, what would you guys like to do? It would be a reasonable time for both. I would say within the remainder of the day that we have roughly 4 hours of time to do various things before we start making checks. So, Lita, what would you like to look around for. Okay. Okay. All right. Sprucing up and tourism. So what type of sprucing up would you like to accomplish with this? Okay. So is there any type of check there? It's just part of the spell. Okay. Okay. So the Death Mountain is it's a very dry area. The area that is known as the Spring, which is a couple hours travel further up north, is has its water deposited by rainfall. It's not fed from another type of spring. Um, you do being so close, with Death Mountain kind of being, you know, yeah. I mean, the long and the short is that no, there's really no direct water source underneath Death Mountain. No. Is that like a pinging? Okay, so I would say yes. There is Death Mountain itself is kind of very um, well suited for precious gems. It kind of you get the feeling and the sense that it is in a manner all around you, but um, yeah, it's just kind of everywhere within the mountain. Okay, sounds good. All right, and who's next? Sorry to put you on the spot. No, still like he came into the town with you. Um, but now it appears like the party's kind of like starting to disperse and like go their own ways. So I would say that once you kind of entered in the town and split the party, that Romeo just kind of um went back to his hut to kind of like check on the shop. Um, and probably by the end of the night get ready to go back to his place and just get some rest. Okay. All right, so Deacon is walking along with Romeo, and we will iron out dialogue with that in a moment. And Gully, you look like you were in thought. Do you want me to come back to you? Okay, so Gully is spending his time reading the book for, I believe, was it 2 hours? Um, to get that one notch out of the way. And Afine, is there anything that you would like to do as you start to see kind of everyone sort of um, going in their own direction at this point in the night? Okay, very nice. Afine would be attuning to the item. And all right, so Deacon, as you start walking with Romeo to go to the to his like shop tent, um, he kind of like makes like the initial move, and then I would say like he kind of notices that like you're coming up behind him. So as you start to come up, he kind of like turns and he's like, ah, hey, coming along for the ride? Yeah, we'll get some Goron Steelwind with those, right? That sounds great. Yeah, yeah, that's definitely probably the more difficult people. We don't see them too often, but you know, it's definitely, especially with the Dodongos gone, it's good to keep the other things in check too. So yeah, I mean, honestly, that was some adventure. I was really not expecting the day to go in that direction. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, between me and you, that was the first real Lionel that I've ever seen so up close, and I mean, I get what it's about. You know, I didn't. They're a lot bigger up close and personal. So, you know, I kind of thought, you know, we honestly what I thought was that we'd go to the cavern and we'd find nothing, but you know, we'd get a good story out of it, you know, and just come out of it with you know some good things. But um, I mean, you guys barely flinched on the matter. That was a sight to behold. Yeah, yeah, I could definitely see that, especially around these parts. Wood is nobody's friend up here. Yeah, 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 the princess really likes them, so you know, I kind of think that you know that's something that can really help me get a good in. You know, because as Gully pointed out, my poetry is a little rough around the corners, so you know, I should probably focus on other things. What would you have in mind? Yeah, like making stuff. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. I was talking to Gully about maybe making like a type of crown that kind of it looks um like a metal crown, but have it look like it's like interwoven vines with fire flowers. But he also mentioned making armor, and I think that if we want to, or if I want to, you know, get the princess to kind of maybe spend a little time outside of the village, that I got to make sure she's well protected too. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I mean, I kind of, it's nothing specific, but it's more kind of, I'd like to, get these kind of weird odds and ends from travelers that come in, and I buy things that kind of like I have a specific interest for, and I'm hoping, it's kind of base it on that. If I have an interest in it, somebody else might too. Yeah, well, at this point, I would imagine that you've like been at the shop for a few minutes, and like as you're talking, he's kind of like cleaning stuff up and just like straightening up. You can tell like as he's straightening up that this he really, even though it is like an open tented area, that he really doesn't have um a need or desire to like pack up the shop. He's more or less just straightening up and making it look nice. So yeah, so like that's kind of like going on. And he's like, well, I mean, I know it's kind of late, but if you want to look at anything specific, we have a little bit of time to kind of check stuff out. Um, and he kind of showed, he comes over to like one specific area, and he's like, well, I got a couple things here, a couple pieces of um armor that I've kind of like pounded out, and you can see like some of it is like very beginner stuff. But he also has like nicer stuff. The stuff of lesser quality he kind of shows to you with a little bit more pride than his better stuff, because as he's showing it to you, he's like, yeah, this was the first pair of bracers that I made. And he like puts them on, and you can see like they're just like jiggling like way too loose on him, but he's still like very happy about it. Yeah. And then he takes you over to like this other area where you can tell like this just like all of these sort of like odds and ends of things like you wouldn't normally find in Goron Village. Like he has he's got like three ocarinas. He has a kind of like regular blue one that is kind of maybe like the most commonplace one. It looks like maybe it might come from Zoran craftsmanship. Um, he has one that looks like it's made of like kind of um, wood from you would recognize it as like specifically wood from Kakariko Village. And then the third one he has, which he kind of he holds it a little bit tighter in a coveting way. Um, it's a it's a white ocarina with um kind of like gold Triforce etching on it, and it has a and it has a in each of the pieces of Triforce, it has its respective colored, what he says is a precious stone. So there's like an emerald on the courage one, and a ruby on the power one, and with a sapphire on the third one. And um, from specifically experience that I know you've had with dealing with the jewelry merchants in Hyrule Castle Town, you immediately tell that no matter, it doesn't matter how hard he covets this particular ocarina, the gems are not really precious stones, and it's a knockoff. Like, yes. So yeah, I mean, this is the one. Like whenever people come in, I always tell them, I go, this one is not for sale, and they always laugh because I think they're laughing because they feel like if they offer me enough rupees, I'll sell it. They never do. They never do offer me a lot of rupees, but even if they did, I wouldn't sell this one. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. So as you gotta like take it out, it illuminates the now darkening area around you, and you can see just from the glow from the arrow that his eyes like widen as he has, at least from your interpretation, never seen uh, at least that type of magic arrow, if not um, potentially maybe others as well. So as he gazes upon this light arrow, he kind of like he brings his hands forward as if like not to touch it, but like in a way that like someone would try to like warm their hands by a fire. Like he just kind of like cups them and just starts to like take in the moment. Okay, so I would say that it's a good bit. It's definitely a good bit. Um, in fact, like What container are you keeping that in? Okay. I would say for you know what for 10,000 rupee dust, the powder itself is largely gold colored. Um, and it is in a fairly large bottle, which means you could probably fill. Hmm? Oh, ruby. Oh, okay. I apologize. Okay. Um, so I'm trying to think. I I believe a rupee costs. I think it's. I think it's two. Okay, so yeah, I would say that okay, so two rubies probably fills like a vial. Yeah. Oh. And he kind of like he takes kind of like an empty vial. Yeah, he's got a couple bottles and a couple vials. He kind of like he grabs one and he just kind of like shoves like a little cloth in it and just kind of like cleans it out real quick. Um, and then hands it to you to for you to give whatever the amount that you specifically felt like giving to him. Um, and then when he takes it back, he's like, I could. He goes, this is it's incredibly generous. Yeah, which is exactly why it's like kind of like piquing him in that way. Because well, I've never tried ruby. I've never eaten a ruby before. But if I have some left over, I will definitely give it a sample. So okay, and he goes, yeah, yeah, you got it. I will. If I come across anything else that seems like it might be of any significance in Arc or anything else, I'll just kind of I'll set it aside because I don't know. I just have a feeling. Um, maybe because you guys have been so kind and generous and invested in every aspect, including in my personal life, and I appreciate it, which is why I'm saying this. That I have a fairly good feeling that we are going to be seeing a lot of each other as time moves on. I don't feel like this is kind of a one and done trip for you guys. Of course. Yeah, he's a good guy, and I don't if I came off as expressing anything less, that was not my intention. But it's just it's today was a lot. Yeah, you too, and again, you and your friends, thank you for everything. You've all been very very kind and wonderful to me, and I appreciate it. Again, and you can and as you kind of like kind of kind of saunter away, you hear this all too familiar sound of Romeo just kind of like rolling in onto himself as he just sort of like goes down for the night. Okay, so as Gully is working with his manual and Afine is attuning to her vial. Um, are you guys doing that kind of like together in the hostel area tent, or are you kind of like off doing other areas? Okay, all right. So Afine is in the resting area, um, and Gully as well. All right. And then Lito, once you have how long does your spell take? Okay, so you got plenty of time. So I would say at this point everyone else has taken up uh roughly 2 hours. So once your 11 minutes are concluded, is there anything that you are specifically interested in doing uh up until that 2 hours, or are you just going to meet with the party? Okay. So you being separate from your party, once you finish the spell to look for the water and all that good stuff, you start to make your way to Chief Link's hut. And as you start to approach, you see two very comfortable Goron guards at their post. And the first one calls out and he's like, "Where do you think you're going, buddy?" And as you walk past, you hear the other one go, "No, stop." Ah, he did it again. So you make your way into Chief Link's hut. Um, as you kind of walk in, you notice that there is kind of like this. almost from like the top of the hut, you can see a very light colored smoke kind of like billowing out of the top of it as the smell of a type of tea kind of hits your nose as you enter into the hut. So you walk in, and Chief Link is there with Princess Juliet. And as you come through the flap, Chief Link looks at you and goes, "Huh, you're a bit of a night owl, aren't you?" Well, I'm not a fan of the whole waking up thing that you're talking about, but I guess it's better that I've run into you, that we have run into each other now that we are both awake, so my slumber is not yet again disturbed. But what brings you into my hut? Because it is clearly not my diligent guards. Ah, of course, I will do my best. All right, right on the ground, or do you find like a nice pillow? Just plop right down. All right. I was unaware that there were. Huh, that's strange. What did they say what they were doing in there? Hmm, sounds a bit brutish. Did you? I mean, they don't have. They're welcome here. As long as they you know don't cause trouble. Um, things are quiet and peaceful here, and that is my biggest aim. So I mean, as long as they're not troublemakers, I haven't banished anybody to my knowledge. Relaxed, but that's what it is here. We have no enemies. We are well taken care of. My people, and we want for nothing here. So why make life more difficult than it needs to be? Nah, we're strong. We're Gorons. Even in our relaxed state, we are stronger than any of those other races. Because you want to arm wrestle? Ah, I don't need protection. They're just you know they're for show. He kind of like he doesn't stand up, but he like sits up more straight, and he just kind of like gives his chest like a little pound, and he goes, "I'm Chief Link. We have." He goes, "Oh wait, you were there." Sorry, I've told this story so many times it just kind of rolls off of my tongue, and Princess Juliet goes, "What story?" He goes, "Nothing. No, no, don't worry your mind, child. But yes, me, your father and Lena, we go we go way back a long time, and we have battled together. He remains perfectly stoic and lets them just one goes like bing off his forehead, one hits him in the nose, couple hit him in the shoulder. Uh-huh. Okay. So on the 10th one, Julia at this point physically is about, I want to say, maybe a good 10 feet from him. And as you throw the one towards Juliet, bing, bounces right off her forehead. Listen, because I recognize that the different races of Hyrule have different functions. The Rito like to take to the sky. The Zora are incredibly agile. But the Goron, we are strong, and we do not need to flinch at good berries. And he takes his like big stone crusted finger and just takes it and like puts it down and just like squishes one of the good berries that's like right in front of him. And he goes, like that. Kind of alluding to like that good berry is a representation of what he could do to one of the softer skinned races of Hyrule. This gets his attention. So, well, before I let my temper get the best of me, because I feel that you are, albeit hazardously, using my daughter to prove a point. So, once you quickly restore her to her normal form, um, you have gained my attention, and I will hear what you have to say. All right. So she's like, as she like hits the ground and just like swirls up in like a puff of like magical glitter and smoke. And she goes, whoop, that was fun. And then she sees her father's face and like the seriousness that is starting to like come across his face, and she very quickly drops like her smile and kind of like reads the room a little bit more closely. and um, she gets very quiet and starts to kind of like step away towards a pile of comfortable pillows. Um, so then Chief Link is like, "So your point?" Yes, yes, yes. Peppers and Boldigood. I'm very familiar with them. And he plays along. He he's like, okay, yeah, that's where she normally is. Yeah. Um, I'm not entirely sure one would beget the other. I mean, like adventure. We don't get a lot of adventurers. It's not a big tourist spot. In fact, your party is something a bit of a rarity these days. Yes, best kingdom around. Outside of my kingdom. Well, I see people that are well. I see Gorons that are well taken care of. I see I see Gorons that have not been uh, that don't have to commit themselves to a life of hard labor. I see subjects that have been well taken care of. Is that not something that every leader would strive for? That sounds a bit harsh. As I should be. An ooze. That is an interesting word. I'm not. I wouldn't say that I necessarily agree with your choice of descriptive words, but well, give me a persuasion check. Okay. So he goes, okay. So, um, granted, my perception might be a little askew, but you've come here. You have magically assaulted my daughter. You have talked about insulted the quality of life of my subjects, and all for what? And you feel that there is an imminent attack. So what do you propose? Admittedly, that is a solid proposal. But it's going to be a lot of work. And I am not opposed to a lot of work, but it's going to be a lot of convincing, and it's going to be a lot of training, and it's, mhm. Well, I believe I have a little bit of free time. Who is this person you would like to send my way? But I still have to know. If you don't want to tell me their name, I will need you to maybe give them some type of indicating item that I know that this person is the one that you've sent. So what can I? Okay, sounds sounds fair. And you hear to the one go to the other like, so we gotta wait for tomorrow. I guess. You know the best way to get to tomorrow? What? Take a nap? Okay. So So the guards very quickly fall asleep. And where do you head to? Who do you look to talk to? All right. Uh, at this point, Romeo is in his hut. As you approach, you can hear him slumbering. You can hear him kind of like snoring. How would you like to disrupt him? Like an actual fire? Okay. How big is this flame? Okay. Okay. So you take this flame and you kind of like produce it and put it underneath him. At this point in the night, the only real illumination you're getting is from this produced flame. So, but you do notice that like the moment you put the flame underneath him, he starts to. I don't know if you've ever seen like the video of the turtle, like where the water's like going on him from the faucet, and he's just like kind of like shaking his butt under the faucet. That's pretty much what Romeo's doing right now. Like the flame doesn't hurt him. In fact, it appears to be producing some level of comfort. Um, Not necessarily waking him up, but he is just kind of like rocking back and forth to kind of like toast his buns on this flame. Uh-huh. Okay, so the area illuminates from the lightning field, and he like jolts awake. And it's like, hell, that was one heck of an alarm. It's and he kind of like and he's and it's still dark. Yes, yes. And how do you suggest I do that? It is underneath one of the tables, or not even under. It's kind of like leaned up against one of the tables of general goods. Yes. So he's still very visibly groggy, but your words speak to him with much enthusiasm as he struggles to maintain consciousness with the sending stone in his hand, and he kind of holds it up and he says, "Tomorrow." Like, well, well, all right. Here, see, I was I was gonna say things. I was gonna protest about how young I am and everything, but you are very persuasive, because the more I sit and think about it, the Chief Link became chief at a much younger age than I am now. And although I do not necessarily strive to become chief, although that is not necessarily my goal on the matter, if it will if it will aid in my romantic journey, I suppose that it will help. It says, well, if I am to wake up early, I must get some rest. I appreciate the pep talk. I appreciate the opportunity, and although parting can be such sweet sorrow, you gotta go. Very well. Have a good night, friend. All right. So Leto is the last to rejoin the group. Um, I guess my question is, do you guys stay up and wait for him, or have you all kind of like turned in for the night? Um, I mean, at this point, anybody who's going to be awake is going to make a singular exhaustion check. But even if you fail, it will resolve with the long rest. But just to like put it like that is kind of your level of tiredness. That is the point in the day. So, um, you know what? I'll just go down there. Gully, awake or asleep? Deacon, awake or asleep? Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So I would say that you completed the task and then fell asleep. Okay. So by the time Leto gets in, Deacon, you two are asleep. And what about Afine? Are you awake or asleep? All right. So Afine and Leto, give me first set of con saves, DC 10 for exhaustion. Okay. So Afine, you have suffered a singular point of exhaustion as you have stayed awake. Are you staying awake to wait for Leto, or is there something keeping you up? Okay. So so Lito, as you approach the tent, you can see like there's just one small kind of um light source in the hostile area, and as you get closer, you can see that Ifine is kind of going over, as far as you can tell, simply going over some papers. It's hard for you to tell as you approach what that specific thing is. So, you have a bit of time to entertain in any sort of dialogue to bring her up to speed. Um, and I would say, kind of, how does that go for you two? Okay, so I would say that the growing itself, the growing and the picking itself, probably takes about 30 minutes. Um, to get, uh, mm, mhm. Okay. Um, you know what? Yeah, I would say that within that, it gives you a good bit. Um, Give me sleight of hand checks to see how uh, Athena and Leto, sleight of hand checks to see if you can, like, if you can pick it all or just some within that time frame. Um, okay, so with those two rolls, I would say that you could pick about 75% of what you've grown. Um, and I'm putting that like with still within enough time for you to presumably kind of like unwind and fall asleep. Um, so what are you keeping these peppermint leaves in? Okay, so since we're doing these for the purpose of tea, we'll portion it out for tea, and I would say that you get approximately 30 portions. I would say that is a fair amount, um, but we will see when the day comes. So okay, so you turn in for the night before the turn of the hour. So the 1 point of exhaustion from Athene um is removed. She has a wonderful well, her from her perspective, there is nothing abnormal about her sleep. However, um I would say at one point Leto is kind of like stirred awake as she does seem to be kind of tossing a bit in her restful state. Um, she is mentioning some names in a distressed state, but you cannot make the names out. It's very mumbled. It's very like she's sort of like breathing heavy, um, almost as if she's like running to or from something, and the heavy breathing is actually louder than any words that she's saying, and the words that she's saying are very kind of like mumbled and strung together. Um, Aside from that, Leto, your sleep is undisturbed, as is Deacon's. But Gully, you have a very vivid dream. You are you find yourself in this vast planescape where beneath you it's almost as if you are standing on a just massive endless cloud, and um, everything is illuminated, but you don't see any type of light source. And a good bit in front of you, in the distance, you see a figure. Currently, this figure is too far away to make any type of uh, noticeable recognition. What would you like to do? All right, so you start to approach the figure. At what type of is it like a walking pace, a running pace? At, Okay. So as you start to walk towards the figure, the first thing that you notice is in this state, the distance that you are walking is you're covering half the distance that your legs should be covering. While you're in this dream state, you're trying to approach this target, but you're just not approaching it as fast as you would in a conscious state. Um, okay, so if you eventually you make your way into a full on sprint, um, you do not feel any fatigue while you're doing this, and in a full sprint, you are basically covering the distance that you would cover if you were walking at a normal pace. So no matter how hard you try to push yourself, you're just not hitting that stride that you want to hit, but you are making progress towards this figure. And as you start to make your way towards this figure, certain things do start to come um, into view. Excuse me. So the first thing that you notice is that the person, oh, excuse me, is facing away from you, and so, okay, and you can see that the person is dressed in normal kind of Hylian clothing. Um, the person has long brown hair, and they're looking off into the distance, kind of in the opposite direction of you. Hold on, I'm trying to find something. All right. So as you get closer, you start to realize who this person is, and it is your wife Beatrice. And even though she's not looking at you, you still feel this sense of connection. And as you put your hands out, at this point you are still a good distance from her, but you're reaching out just for that moment of connection. Something that Gully has felt um, just absent from his life at this point, and it is very much on the very cusp of something that you knew you wanted, but you didn't realize how much you wanted it. And you hear her voice in your head, as she still hasn't turned around to you yet. And you know what? Is there anything you want to say, or anything you want to ask, as you are continuing to approach? No, but you recognize that there is that in this dream there is a type of mental link. Like you just kind of feel her presence in your head. And her voice rings in your head, and she says, I know, my love, I've missed you terribly too, but it is not yet time. And as you come to her and you finally, your hand makes physical contact with her shoulder, she spins around and you get this moment of panic as you look at each other and her lips move as she actually speaks to you now and says, but it is not yet time. And this force just pulls her back instantaneously out of view. And before you know it, you have jerked yourself awake. And you know what? Roll me a d4 minus 1. Okay. So one. Okay. So as you're kind of like jerked awake from this incredibly lucid dream, the only person awake who witnesses this is Deacon. Both both Athena and Leto are still slumbering at this early hour of morning. And what are your thoughts as even in just the quick brief moments that you are awake, you feel that um when you feel that there was a incredible truth to this dream, but also from the moment that you're awake, just the details start to become muddled, and you start to question certain aspects of the dream. Everything from the surrounding area to how her face just kind of starts to immediately fade from memory. Um, but so how do you take this? Do you try to hide this from Deacon as he witnesses? Also, when you wake up, you are in a cold sweat as well. Yeah. You were able to get a full rest in. It's at this point, given the high altitude of the mountain, it does seem dark, but it's just that the sun hasn't simply like crested over at this point. Um, so yeah, I mean everyone um, will have benefited from a long rest. Actually, the one thing that I do need to kind of let retcon and fix in your dream was that she had red hair, not brown. I haven't looked at her picture in a while, so she has red hair. Um, so yeah. Uh, so, um, but yeah. I mean, at this point, I mean, you can wake up Leto and Afine if you want. You can kind of like peruse around the town if you want. I would say if you don't wake them, they're probably going to sleep for maybe another 2 hours. All right. So just as a quick note, Gully, on your character sheet, uh, under personality traits, I've noted your progress on the manual of gainful exercise. Right. All right. So 48 hours in 6 days is the goal. 1 6. Okay, got it. Okay. So, okay. So as Gully and Deacon kind of start to wander about, I'm sorry. What are you looking for again? Just food. Okay. Edible food. That might prove to be a little bit difficult. Specifically in Goron Village. So, with that, I will say, uh, both of you got either. It's your call. Either um, give me a. Hmm, You know what? I'm going to call this a nature check, as you are looking for edible plants around the area. You know what? Yeah, you know what? So yeah, let's go survival actually, because we don't get to do survival checks too often. So either you can either give me separate survival checks, or one of you can roll with advantage as the other one helps out. Very okay. So 27, very nice. You are able to forage for a good amount of uh just kind of plants. I would say with a crit roll that yeah, yeah. I'm trying to like think of like what would be the edible fauna and flora of Death Mountain, and I'm just like, yeah, you find berries. We- yeah, we'll just simplify it to say rations, and I would say, given the crit, that you find what would be the equivalent of a total of 8 rations. So you know what? I'll say both of you give me a D20 though, as I would say some of the foraging has sent you outside of the village. A 5 and a 17. Okay. I know a 5 is nothing, but let me see. Oh, well, specifically 17 is finding fire flowers. So I'll say that the 17 is where you were able to successfully forage. Um, but within that 2 hour time frame, as you start to come back to Goron Village, this is pretty much when you're going to find that Athena and Leto are beginning to wake up. So, so yeah, but I would say initially when Leto and Afine, when you wake up, you find that uh, Gully and Deacon are not currently with you guys. They have very clearly like gotten up and gone somewhere. So, what's going on with you two? Oh, Leto, I think you're muted. So, just like as a side note, the remaining 25% of the flower, the peppermint that you were not able to pick, has just kind of like wilted and dried out just from the just area, from the climate. Oh, it does. It does. It is definitely a noticeable smell when you wake up. Okay, so Fiend, as you're walking around, and you cross kind of like the center area where the guards are, you notice a bit of a what initially sounds like a verbal altercation. Um, and it goes something like one of the guards saying to somebody who is currently out of sight, you hear the words, "What's a maggot?" And then you hear a familiar voice go, "I don't know, but it's you. You're a maggot." And the voice that you're hearing is Romeo's. And the guards are like, "What? Why are you being so mean?" He's like, and then he replies like, "Why are you being so lazy? I gotta whip you into shape." And then like at this point, like as you continue your like journey around, you can kind of like see him, and periodically, like as he's making these like bold, tough statements, he kind of like looks behind. Periodically, he'll kind of look over his shoulder back towards the chief's hut to kind of see if they're paying attention to him as he's like berating the two guards. But that general conversation continues on for a while, as you look for a you don't find a pot, um, but what you do find is you find kind of like um, some kind of carved out stones that can like act as like large bowls. So I would say that you're able to find. Eh, I'd say you know what? Give me a D4 to see how many you can find. Okay, so you find two nice, sizable, carved out stone bowls slash pots, and you bring them to let me give a little kind of like all of like these little fire areas that are kind of all over the village are areas of exposed molten. So maybe starting a fire isn't needed. Starting a fire in a place where there's already lots of fire on the ground might prove to be a little bit redundant. So, you know what, Lido? I'm going to say, which little molten pit do you want to situate yourself at for when Afine comes back with the pots? Okay, gotcha. No, the hostel's up northeast, northwest. The area that you're in now is like the residential area. Okay, got it.
Top left.
All right. Oh, we're going all the way up. Okay, so we're going over here, and yeah, okay. So you and Afine meet over there, and you start to kind of get the tea going, and that is when Deacon and Gully come back and reunite with you guys. Okay, so you're able to locate Romeo, and he is trying to find. Let me use this one. He's just right there. It's between the two guards specifically. They have become the absolute target of his of his motivation. Yes. Okay. Let me see if I can find. Uh, and he goes, okay. All right. Let me see if I can get a. Uh, let me see if I can find. There it is. Okay. Let me just take a quick look at his character card and. Okay. So, um, you dictate to me what the elemental does. Right. Actually, this is. Okay. So I'm gonna say that that the elemental first grabs the northern Goron and just rolls it up in a ball and just literally bowls it towards this particular Goron. And so that one smashes into that Goron. And then it like starts trudging towards the other one. It's like boom, boom, boom. He grabs the other one and he picks it up and rolls it in a ball and just bowls it towards the other one. So all four of these Gorons just go down like a sack of potatoes. Oh, that's not what I want to grab. Okay, so there we go. So then this elemental just all right, so let me see if I could okay, so Romeo is within your eyesight, but the earth elemental is not. So, yes, you can absolutely give Romeo inspiration on the matter. Okay, so then the earth elemental just starts like, as Romeo just sees these four Gorons just go down like a sack of potatoes. Romeo grabs his Goron Warhammer and just gets ready. He kind of takes it and he puts it kind of across his chest. He's like, all right, guess we're doing this. And all of a sudden, the earth elemental just effortlessly glides straight up to Romeo. And he's going to make the first attack. All right. Does double damage. Oh wait, the elemental deals double damage. Okay, that doesn't matter. Plus 8. $15. That's gonna miss. All right. So it goes to Romeo. Oh wait, it has a multi-attack, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. How many multi-attacks? 2. So it takes his hand, just goes boom, and Romeo kind of like takes just a single step back and is out of the way. And then it comes up for the second attack, and it's gonna hit with a 23. 2d8. Doing 13 points to Romeo. He's okay. All right. So as it does, it hits it with its second slam attack. Just hits Romeo clear across the face. You can see just the tiniest bit of blood just kind of like pooling in the corner of his mouth. And Romeo just kind of like wipes it off. It's just roar. Okay. Is this a verbal command or is this a psychic link? Okay. Okay. So as you call out to it and you're telling it to just roar, Romeo looks at you and he goes, fuck that shit. And he grabs the Warhammer and he swings it at the elemental and just whiffs it entirely. Give him an inspiration. All right, that will definitely hit. And oh, it's this. Okay, so 13 points of damage to the elemental, which is that's right. So he takes his warhammer and he just like slams it with like you can tell like he is putting everything into this attack, and it just knocks like a chip off of this earth elemental. And Romeo calls out. He goes, "Okay, I'll try that war cry next time." So the earth elemental, following your command, simply just roars. But I'm going to regard that as an intimidation check. Uh, so oh. Yeah, not intimidated at all. So then Romeo gives it another go. And you know what? What's his roar? It's a plus 2. Nice. Okay. So with that, I'm going to have Romeo roll at advantage as he successfully intimidates. Woo! All right, let me fix this Warhammer attack. Because I don't like the way the versatile is going. Okay, there we go. That should work better. All right. So still, even with its crit, it does 19. Yeah, does 9 points of damage to this thing. So Romeo has now given it his all for 2 turns, and you can see that the lack of damage that he is doing to this elemental is starting to dishearten him. He's apparently not as strong as he gave himself credit for. Okay. Uh, that is the intimidation check from the earth elemental, a 2, which is going to do absolutely nothing. And Romeo is once again now flanking, so again gets. Or wait, no, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. He's just swinging with this damn warhammer. 14. Fuck, no, those miss. All right, so wait, I have an idea. Romeo's going to back up. Like seeing that his hammer is not doing what he wants it to do, he just tosses the hammer aside. Not in like a disrespectful way, but just he realizes it's not going to get the job done. And he starts to roll up into a ball. and he starts rotating Sonic the Hedgehog style. And as he starts to pick up speed, you can see that there's, from your point of view, these spikes start to protrude out of his hide. And eventually the spikes catch the ground and it does a spike. Romeo gives a spiked Goron roll attack. And oh boy, this is only going to be +5. So come on, Romeo. Yes. Okay, 23. So Romeo in his spiked Goron roll just bashes into this earth elemental for a total of 2d6 plus 5 and 2d8 plus 5. Okay, so that's better. Let me give a check, see if it was non-magical. So it does still 12 points in damage, which at this point, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. So as Romeo makes a connection, you basically dispel the earth elemental. Okay. So from the outside point of view, it looks as if Romeo just burst through this thing and caused it to just shatter into just small piles of rocks everywhere. Okay. So you do that, and as Romeo takes back stands up and takes his form, he is fully convinced that he just plowed through this elemental. Um, so definitely boosting his confidence on the matter. Um, and he kind of like very quickly looks around to see if anybody saw it. The four Gorons are just unconscious, knocked out. Um, and he can see that um, definitely the chief and Juliet have come out of the tent to witness the commotion, so they were able to see it. And I would say you guys had a pretty good view too, but from where he landed after the attack, he is not within your line of sight anymore. So he is unaware that you guys have seen it. So as he regains his bearings and seeing, especially like when like, remember when flipping a bottle was a thing? Like when you take like a water bottle and like flip it. Yeah, that's kind of like the level of excitement that Romeo has right now. Like his level of excitement is like he just flipped a bottle. Like it's the coolest thing to him. So then Romeo goes up to your party and he's like, did you guys see that? That was great. That was amazing. He goes, I already went, sleepyhead. And he goes, I'm not quite sure what that rock was, but the chief said he was expecting it. So yeah, we had a brief talk, and he kind of told me that he was convinced that the Gorons are better off headed in a more traditional direction. And after adventuring with you guys, he feels that that I might be the Goron to help him do that. So um, I mean I've always been one of those like fake it till you make it guys. Yeah, yes, yes, yeah, yes, yeah. I took that out real good. Maybe if that. Yeah, yes, I did. Petrol me up a little bit. So as you, how much time? I don't. He took. I would say that healed him up pretty good. Let me give a quick check. Yeah, yeah. Yes, that heals him up nicely, and he feels very invigorated from that. So, and he's like now he's kind of like rolling his shoulders and kind of like you know kind of jumping up and down like he's you know a boxer from South Boston or something. And well, I mean, got a lot of work to do. That's for sure. I said something about endurance training, sending these guys over to the cavern. Um, I guess that's a good place to start. Yeah, and if maybe I can convince those guys to come back and maybe help me whip these guys into shape a little quicker. I mean they didn't seem too happy with um, the way things were, but if they're more comfortable with the way things are, then maybe we could swing this in a good way. Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess it's that that saying about greatness being thrust upon people. Something I don't know. It's an old Hellion saying. So I don't know it too good, but yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, greatness being thrust upon me. I like it. I can't just smack him with my hammer. Nah. Yeah, wake him up a bit. Yeah. He goes, you know what? I gotta go get my hammer. And he kind of like takes his hand and he holds it out in like a very forceful manner, and his hand begins to shake. And he goes, oh, I'll just go get it. It's worth a shot. And so he walks over and he gets the hammer. uh, yeah, I think yeah the tea would be very well brewed by now. Um, and as you're getting it ready, you can kind of hear him just kind of yelling at the four Gorons, trying to get them to wake up, and you can hear the very kind of like light-ish tapping of the hammer on Goron, where he's not doing anything like overhand. He's more kind of treating it almost like a croquet mallet, where he's just kind of like underhand, smacking them in non-sensitive areas. And eventually, they all wake up. Okay. Um, okay. So I'm sorry, Deacon. What's taking 8 hours? Oh, okay. So not just in the town, but like on the path and all that. Okay. Okay. All right. So that is what Deacon will be doing for the next 8 hours. Okay. And you know what? I would say that even within that year, then there, within that year, there would be probably presumed a fair amount of pollination and more plants being kind of birthed naturally. So even after that time has passed, that the plant growth will still continue on. Maybe not as um, dense as the spell casted, but still, like once the spell subsides, it's understood that there will still be a fair amount of fire flower plant growth. So while Deacon is ritual casting this, what is everyone else doing? Because this is a large span of time. Right. So Gully, you're going to read for the full. Excuse me. Okay, and that's you're going to play that, or you're going to study it. Okay, so in studying it, give me 4 performance checks per hour that you would like to study the sheet music. Okay, all right. So sounds good. All right. So feel free to note the 8 hour progression on your character sheet. And that leaves Lido and Effine. We have 8 hours to kill. What are your intentions in that time frame? Okay, so is the seeing the sights going to be just in the town, or is there going to be some traveling? Okay, so just within the town. Okay, so you spend a fair amount of time simply not only familiarizing yourself with the town. So I'll start with that. With that, that we have Chief Link's hut, where him and the princess reside. We have over here, not far from where you guys are, we have the resting hostel place. Um, we have Romeo's shop that has that is currently unmanned because he is now kind of has more important things going on throughout the 8 hours that you guys are kind of going around. You can see that Romeo is taking his new responsibilities very seriously in whipping the Goron guards into shape. Um, I forget what the other. Oh, the Adventurers Guild. There's the Adventurers Guild. And then in the southeastern part of town, that is where the general area for the Gorons kind of reside. Like many things in Goron Village, it is largely informal. You really don't see a whole lot of um, people that you don't see a lot of Gorons that are um, overly concerned with being like, oh well, this is my hut, this is my tent, these are my possessions, these are, it is more a very open and communal living space, and it is quite honestly very surprising and astounding how well they just get along, because a lot of it does seem to stem from a lack of not wanting or needing unnecessary possessions. That there really is a sense of communal living in this area. And the Gorons that are in there, as you interact with them and witness them, they're not only nice and pleasant to the other residents and the Gorons, but they are also very welcoming to you guys as well. They strike up conversations, they ask questions about, where you are from, what brings you to the village, um, I guess, is there anything that you would like to talk to the villagers about, and anything that either Afine or Leto would like to have elaborated on, be it lore or um, just kind of like the way things function? These Gorons are very receptive and happy to talk to you two. Uh, Give me a perception check. All right. So, you do not see pebbles, but you do see boulder gut. Are you sure you're not thinking of Rohan? So Rohan is the advisor to the chief and has been um, I want to say largely absent in your time in Goron Village. But Boulder Gut is Pebbles' father, and he kind of like supplies her with everything that she needs to run the um the table down at the foot of Goron Mountain, her little general store. I mean, you can ask him. Like I said, the general consensus is that these Gorons are open to conversation and happy to divulge things. They really don't seem to be holding a lot to their chest or in any secretive way. Um, nor do they. I think that they've also kind of like proven to this point that they are pretty patient when it comes to intrusive suggestions or thoughts. And he's kind of like rummaging through things and straightening things up and opening crates and sealing them up. And he kind of like is taken aback just for a moment that you were able to address him by name, and he goes, well, welcome, traveler. I apologize. I don't recall us ever meeting. But yes, I'm Boldigut. How can I help you? And he kind of he is taken aback by the sheer number of days that like you are alluding to. And he goes, and then it kind of like strikes him almost like an epiphany, and he's like, by chance, were you the one who took up the Adventurers Guild quest? Ah, so you cleared out the cave. Ah, well, and he like puts his big massive hand out to shake yours, and he's like, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I hope that you have swung by the Adventurers Guild and pick up your due and proper. But yeah. Oh well, please do. It was well deserved. Once I heard that the cave had been cleared out, um, I sent her back down. I sent her back to work. So yeah. All right. Give me an insight check. Hey, get that. Okay, 19. Yeah, you are. He has given absolutely no indication that he is being dishonest. At this point, the cave has been cleared out for, if I remember correctly, either 3 or 4 days. I think it's 4 days. Um, so yeah, as he's like continuing the conversation, and he's like, yeah, when we got wind that the cave had been cleared out, we I packed her back up, and I went down there with her for the first day just to make sure that everything was safe. I mean, unfortunately, those whatever was in the cave, they ransacked the goods, and I mean, we lost a little bit of rupees in the matter, just in inventory stock, but you know that doesn't really matter here nor there because both Pebbles and I are healthy and unharmed. So I guess that is what matters the most. But yeah, she set up shop yesterday, and we've been doing business as usual ever since. Yes. Oh no, I, you know what? I haven't seen him in a little bit. Huh. I guess it's been at least a week. I mean, give or take, but yeah, I think I saw him roughly a week ago. Huh. And he does seem to be a little bit like taken aback by the realization that he has not seen Rohan in a while. And then eventually he kind of like shrugs it off, and when he realizes that he's kind of lingering on it, probably more than he should around somebody that's not a resident of the village, somebody who knows his name, who he doesn't know. He's the more this conversation goes on, the more he's kind of like starting to put suspicious things together. Not necessarily that anything, not that there's like a negative conclusion to come to, but the more that you guys talk, the more there seems to be a strange chain of events going on, and he's starting to put it together. Okay. Um, no, he comes back clean. Mm, Looking around, um, I would say there is something in one of the sealed crates that is glowing ever so faintly. But aside from that, nothing else magical is pinging. Yeah. Not periodically. I mean, if quite honestly, if we ever get any inventory in that we know is kind of potentially worth something, um, quite honestly, more often than not, it's more of a hassle for me and my daughter than anything. So if we ever do come across some type of unique or valuable things, it's just easier to kind of sell it off to Romeo. He's more kind of interested in that stuff. So I don't know, some junk I can. Oh, nothing special. Well, let's take a look. And he kind of like takes his hand and he like opens up the crate. You can hear like the nails creaking from the wood, and there's definitely some tunics in there. Um, there is a couple quivers, and the the light itself is coming from like the very bottom corner of the box, and um, from from what you're guessing right now, it's hard to tell whether or not Boulder Gut is playing stupid or if he just has come across a magical item that he does is not aware of that he has. Um, So he just keeps like digging and like showing you things. I think he's got a couple of small bombs in there, um, a couple of like rupee pouches that he sends her so she can make change for the transactions. But as you continue on the into the crate, when it gets to the very bottom, and at this point, a lot of the stuff has been like kind of like he started off by just kind of like pushing stuff aside, and now at this point he's full blown starting to like take stuff out, and he's like, oh no, and he thinks he's doing like a transaction with you. Like he still has no idea that you're looking for any potential magical items. So he's talking. He's like, well, I see you don't need a tunic, and you know, you don't need any quivers, bombs. Okay, bomb. All right. So and at this point, he's like throwing. He's kind of like taking things out of the crate, and you're watching him get closer and closer to this item that your detect magic is pinging, and at the very bottom of the crate, in um, there's a bag, and it's kind of like surrounded by other rupee bags that he was using to make change, and this too looks like a rupee bag. It's like a burlap sack, but this particular bag for that you're noticing, the rupee symbol on it is appears to be kind of almost like rubbed on with chalk, where the other rupee bags have the rupee insignia, of a little bit higher quality, and and that's what it is. It's the bag. Well, on honestly, he doesn't even pick up the bag. Like the bag itself is around a whole bunch of other rupee bags that are just like filled with green and blue rupees, and um, he's not paying any special attention to that bag. He's just kind of like if he was going to open that logically, he would be opening every single rupee bag. So it's just not something that is catching his attention. No, they're just rupee bags. So I got to make sure that my daughter can properly fulfill her transactions. So whenever I wrap up these crates, I always throw a couple of rupee bags with some green and blue rupees in them, so she doesn't find herself in an awkward position. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, uh, I don't see why it wouldn't be. You wanna you wanna buy a bag of rupees? Okay. Um, I wouldn't even consider it a sale. Just give me the 200 rupees in a different denomination, and you can have the bag of uh, green and blue rupees. I think it'd be kind of weird to. Uh, And now he's kind of, this is just one more suspicious thing that is added up. He goes, why do you want the bag? Well, yeah. All right. So give me persuasion, but because he is already very suspicious of you, like not to a point that he thinks that there's something wrong with you, but to the point that like things just aren't adding up. Um, so for that, the persuasion will be at disadvantage. 24. All right. So he goes, all right, I guess I'll take the rupees out. And I mean, again, I'm not going to charge you for a bag. So so he's got to empty the bag. Or are you going to empty the bag? Okay. So you start to empty the bag, and the moment you stick your hand in, you feel a chomp on your wrist. What would you like to do? And at this point, he's pretty thoroughly dumbfounded at this. Um, give me a strength check to try to break the grapple. All right, that will definitely do it. You are able to get this mimic kind of like off of your wrist. Um, with that being the first roll, I would say that you don't incur any damage from it. Um, but yeah, it's a the bag itself is not a mimic. The bag is enchanted to act like a mimic. So that is the magical property of the bag. Uh, the rupees are still in the bag. Yes. Yeah. I was going to give you the bag, but I need the rupees back. He goes, well, just let me take a look at it. So he takes the bag and he turns it upside down, and all the rupees fall out. He goes, here, have your Your biting bag. Uh, I guess it's better that you found it than my daughter did because, yeah, I probably wouldn't have wanted to hear that when she got home. Okay, well, bye. Enjoy your bag. Feel free to add to your inventory called the Bag of Biting. So this bag does not actually cause physical damage when it bites, but it does grapple the hand. So I have no doubt that that you will find very interesting things to do with this bag. But um yeah, I would say a good bit of time has passed. Um, Probably fuck it. Let's just call it 6 hours have passed. 6 of the 8 hours. So, with 2 hours remaining, is there anything that you and Afine would like to do? Okay, sounds good. All right, so you head into Chief Link's hut, and yeah, what would you like to say to him? Can't talk about that. Uh, Rohan is out on business at the moment. Um, then he will most likely be back shortly. I'm not concerned. He actually potentially should have been back by now. Um, but yeah, he's kind of just out taking care of some stuff, and he should be back shortly. Hopefully within the next day or two. Yeah, yeah, roughly. I mean, Rohan is very capable. I've known him for my entire life, and he's always proven himself to be not only an amazing advisor, but an incredibly resourceful Goron. Um, if I would definitely not do anything that would potentially put him in a dangerous or awkward situation that he could not handle. I'm the goddamn chief. No, no, he's just taking care. He's taking care of an errand. You know, if if and when I have more information that is helpful or pertinent, I would happily share it with you. But right now, it's simply an errand. Yeah, 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 yeah. He holds it up. He says, "Yeah, I got it from Romeo this morning. By the way, oh, sure. Goes back and says, Rohan is on an errand that I sent him on. And it comes through just as that. And then he calls out from the tent. He goes, "Seems to work just fine." It is. It's the first time we've used these stones. Okay. So within the remaining 2 hours, I would say that you are able to kind of get Romeo in like the back and forth of him whipping these guys into shape. But he is still kind of like very hyper focused on this. So he wants to give you as much attention as he can, but he's also preoccupied with certain things. Okay. Is that what do you mean? Oh, okay. Well, I'm open to suggestions. Kind of learning as I go. What do you got? It's pretty. I mean, it kind of like varies depending on your particular area, but the path itself is fairly wide. Like it's wide enough to fit a good couple of Gorons side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Yeah. Okay. Uh, Sounds good. I'll make them punch the pillars. Nice. Okay. So so Romeo just goes, maggots, punch those pillars, and you see like the four guards. At this point, there's more than just the four guards, but they just start like punching, just hauling off closed fist on these pillars, and they ain't doing shit to these pillars. So they definitely look like they're going to be at this for a while. Um, but with that, um, I would say that the 8 hours have passed, and the spell is finished casting, and Gully is finished reading, and the party has come back together for their next step. Bad memories. Okay. Well, it's a small village, and after a bit of asking and walking around, you get proper directions to the royal alchemist's hut, and upon it you come to a vacant hut with a parchment stuck to the alchemist's table, and the note reads as follows. The note reads, "Honeymooning, be back soon." Oh, I, Yeah, I missed that too. Yeah, but from near the fountain. Okay. So everyone teleports to Hyrule Castle Town. The thick plottins. All right, let me scoot this over to Hyrule Castle Town. There we go. Okay. All right. So you are all inside of Cedos with this new stunning revelation. This 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 new developing knowledge of what Afine's timeline was like and how it was different from yours. So you were inside Cedos. Yes. How may I be of assistance? Oh, yes. Um, well, um, the king was alive, and then he died. It happened historically of natural causes, and when he had taken, uh, when the king ceased to be no more, then Zelda took up as the queen. What would you like to know about Link? Link or that which I believe you are referring to is the one known as the Link. The Link is currently not very far from here. Hold on, let me get a name. Oh, the advisor to Queen Zelda is Impa. No, no, Impa. According to the prophecy, Ganon is the once-in-a-century Gerudo birth. The most recent Gerudo birth resulted in a historic war that ended with the Link destroying Ganon. And since then, there have been rumors of the Ganon's faithful Gerudo attempting to resurrect Ganondorf. I am not at liberty to divulge that information, regardless of the fact that I know it. Under the orders of Queen Zelda. Mostly. The hilt was never recovered. Currently or historically? Currently, the Link is of late middle age, with salt and pepper hair, approximately between 5'9" and 6 foot. And yeah. Approaching mid-afternoon. That 8-hour chunk took a bit out. I know. Check the Cataclysm chat. All right, so you gather your party and you start to make your way towards the entrance to Hyrule Castle gate. As you make your way in there, the guards greet you in a way that indicates that not only have they been expecting you, but they've been waiting for you, as if something had delayed you from the arrival that they had anticipated. So they let you in without incident, and you make your way to the throne room. Oh, wrong throne room. Too many throne rooms. How do I say? There it is. Okay, so so what you have been typically familiar with every time you've entered the throne room was Zelda, and present often next to her is either Impa and or Kato. As a refresher, Kato was the leader of the Hyrulean Guard, and Kato would often be with Zelda when Impa was unavailable. So this room is a little bit darker lit than normal, but off in the corner you see another figure. The figure's cloaked, and let me pop that figure out. So, as you walk into the throne room, Zelda welcomes you. She says that I am sure that you no doubt have wonderful news to share, and I'm glad that you've come by. I haven't seen you since the siege. So, the other figure approaches, and he pulls back his hood. And it is a man of around middle age, salt and pepper hair. And as he comes closer, Zelda says, everybody, I would like to introduce you to Crow. And you can see that indeed on his hip, kind of next to him, Crow does have the Black Ocarina. And this is where we will end it for tonight. So, not only does it match the description, but it to the T matches the telepathic description that was it that Deacon had? Um, that Leto had when he was talking to Romeo about who purchased the ocarina. So this is without a doubt the person who has purchased the ocarina. Without a doubt, the person who was in um, Goron Village right before you. And we know that this person is working directly with Zelda. So, I want to thank everyone who stuck with us tonight. I recognize that we ran a little bit over, but this is, quite honestly, the perfect ending point as well as the perfect point to pick up on in our next session. So, I'm sure a lot of people are coming to natural conclusions, and I am neither confirming nor denying those conclusions. But we will definitely iron this out when we get together for the next campaign session. I do not believe this is something that I will end up, like, usually when we do our chat sessions on alternating weeks, I will say that almost anything is open for discussion. And because of that, I'm giving a heads up that this particular topic will not be part of next week's discussion. So, if you want to take it to Discord chat, you are absolutely able to do so. I'm just looking real quick. I do not believe that we have anybody broadcasting. There's one person broadcasting, but I don't know if they follow. So, we will forego the raid tonight. And I will double check on that. If it is somebody that is following us, I do apologize. And if it is, I'm going to put that person's thing on our link tree so you can definitely check them out. It's just a channel that I'm honestly unfamiliar with. So, thank you everyone for coming. We look forward to hashing this out, and we will catch you next time. Bye.